Hello everyone, how we doing today? Hopefully everyone's having a lovely Friday. Welcome in, Huberman. Hello, Chef Summer. Thank you for stopping in. We're a little behind the ball here today. I don't have anything set up for my coffee here yet. Nice, Huber. Always feels like an accomplishment going through one of these bags, because, is it 100? Yeah, there's 100 of them in there. Thank you, Nan Reader. Gotta wait for our kettle to get hot and make all sorts of noise. Ah, the lovely sounds of a kettle. Boiling. So we got a couple of new toys. Gonna have to make some focaccia now that I've got a proper pan now. And maybe some Detroit style pizza here in the future. And got a new protein board. That ain't gonna fit there. Gonna have to find a different home for that. So we're going to start off doing brownie and cake. I'm going to be doing a brownie bottom layer and a yellow cake top layer. So we'll get those baking off first. And as we get into that, I'll do the beef stew. And once the cakes are out of the oven and cooling over here so that we can frost it, I'll have little baby potatoes roasting in the oven. Got a little help there to start out here on the Stream Raiders. So how is everyone else today? Huber's obviously doing well. How are you, Nan Reader? How are you? We got no one else is. Everyone else is lurking. Oop. Going over on weight. Good man. Almost 90, wow. Water's a good choice. Water's a better choice than a lot of other things, too. I mean, caffeine can screw up your gut. Yada yada. Hello, Lexi. Welcome in. We're finishing up some coffee here. Some coffee. Yeah, coffee's got sort of like a double punch too, because both acidity and caffeine independently can mess with your gut depending on how much you drink and how many other caffeine drinks you have. Still got a pretty constant drip there. Oh, there we go. We started slowing down. Yeah, that's yeah. To give you an idea, 2 cups, or what I am drinking right now, is what the government recommends for your daily caffeine intake. Or rather, is an acceptable level of caffeine. Coffee. Hi, Tahiti lady. Of course, I've had more than this today. Though, this is generally about my max right here. Is 1 in the morning, 1 now. We're celebrating it today, Tahiti lady. Okay, cake. Oh, I totally forgot to get butter out to warm. No, it is not exactly my birthday. Hello, Peanut. Damn it. Tonight's stream is not starting off well. But welcome in, everyone. Having everyone here is a lovely thing. Oh, no. So we're going to melt our butter instead. Let's make sure we have our recipes that I'm supposed to have over here. Okay, good. Uberman. Oops, don't have a third cam here. You guys can't see. You all can't see. Y'all can't see. I've got two C920s which are the stove and the cutting board. And I've got a 1080 camcorder with a video card for the camcorder. No, I just didn't defrost it. Or rather, I didn't let it warm up to room temp. So we're gonna melt it a little bit, warm it up a little bit. We don't need it absolutely melted for our cake, which is what we're working with here first. But just get the directions for in front of me once again. So we got our lukewarm butter there. Let me turn the speakers off and back here. Grab my water glass while I'm at it. Bottle. So we got a sort of heaping scoop there, half cup, because we're really shooting for half cup in like a eighth of a cup. We want to make sure and give this a good mix up. I'm going to break out the fork for, and then we'll do the battle after we get this sugar into the butter, because the more time it just hangs out with this butter by itself, the better. See how we do. Quite a few things popped up since I put my first thing down there. There was only one thing out there when I put my tank out there. Uh-oh. We might be too split up here. Now the ranged are going to attack that and maybe flip that, and we'll probably have to kill everything. Victory. Nope, don't fall in. Don't fall in. Who's gonna get the rewards? Tahiti Lady and Pirates UK. Congrats, congrats. Ooh, some goodies for me too. We'll check out the quests and stuff a little bit later. Let's just get another map going here. I think I'm going to put them over here, rather. There we go. Let everyone figure that out from there. There's all sorts of stuff to go after there. We'll probably have to have people going both directions. So, back to the board. We want to hydrate as much of the sugar and the butter as we can. Slash incorporate. Make sure it's all absolutely coated in butter, but there is some water there that the sugar may dissolve down into, and that's going to help us even more with our baking. Okay, now I have to read if we're doing all these eggs in one thing, or... There's 2 listings for eggs in this. Aha. Okay. I'm cheating and adding more of them in here at once, but I'm doing them by hand, so... And I just thoroughly messed this recipe up unless I double the whole thing. Actually, I pretty much just messed up this whole recipe. I gotta do double. At least, that's the only... I can't fathom throwing that out right now. So we're going to have to do some more butter and sugar. It's getting better, but it's not where it really needs to be. I'm not too worried about the temperature. It's that I was intending to have this recipe and only do 1 9-inch round instead of 2. Because we're doing brownie instead for the other one. And eggs are sort of one of those things you can't really take back out. And yeah. Hey, Trigger. Welcome in, welcome in. I'm just attempting to fix my cake recipe over here, which I messed up by getting my volume mounts wrong, by restoring it to its original recipe of full strength. But it does mean that I'm gonna have an extra round of cake than I planned. Also got some nice beef stew meat, locally raised. Gonna mix that with some fresh asparagus. Yeah, this needs more mixing before I combine them. Whole bunch of other veggies already in the fridge that I've shown you in the past from the farmer's market. So we'll work with adding a whole bunch of those in there. I'm sure we got some carrots and other good stuff. And finally, once we have the brownie and cakes out of the oven, we'll be roasting some small butterball potatoes that I got from the farmer's market. Thank you, Trigger. Okay, we're going to switch to a whisk here for a little bit. Okay, they're incorporated. Oh yeah, Forever 25. The gray hair is just coming in early. More than I'd like to count, Trigger. Okay, what else are we throwing in here as far as liquids? We have vanilla extract. Wow, we could use another roll on this arm sleeve. I hate sleeves. I don't know what you guys think about sleeves, but I cannot stand long sleeves. I want nothing to do with long sleeves in my life. The only time you'll ever see me in long sleeves is for work or for a formal event. Feel like they're so constricting. And look at this. This is a wonderful little thing that I discovered today at the market. An actual small container of buttermilk. Oh yeah, once the wedding's done and the jacket's off, the sleeves are getting rolled up. Still only used half of it for this recipe, but in most cases, Trigger, I would greatly agree with you. Very rarely in my experience do the ceremonies ever go like smoothly at a time on schedule. It just, but they needed to take pictures over here and over there. Let's be clear, I'm not talking about any specific wedding, but in general. Okay, we got our eggs, our extract, our buttermilk, our eggs. Now we need to do the rest of this with something that I wasn't sure that I have. I should have some pastry or cake flour over here. Got enough bags over here to have some. Let's see what we got. Pastry. Do we have cake? Do I hear cake? Nope. Just pastry. Gonna have to live with pastry. Urgh. I really should make a command for that, Tahiti lady. So, separate bowl for... No, let's do these. Using the same pan from before with the butter and the sugar in it. I doubt anyone in the baking world approves of my method of, okay, that's basically a cup. There's our flour. Nice, Bourbon. Or trigger. Uber. Small amount of baking soda there. It's a baking powder, baking soda. What else do we need for our dry ingredients? A little salt, and I think that is it. Yeah. So we'll drop the whisk here. Gonna turn the oven on to 350. And we're gonna add the flour to this, but this is not the last step in mixing this. I'm gonna pause after adding the flour here and grease up a couple of pans here, since I apparently need a couple pans now. Okay, we're going to leave that right there. Don't need to mix that in anymore. Good time. I was wondering if we were up on another battle here yet or not. Not worried about the flour, but let's get the butter and sugar and other stuff out of that one. Okay. Ouch. Yeah, that's a bit young to be powering that strong. That's right, it's sitting over here. See how frozen the other butter is that I pulled down from the freezer is. Or if I can actually use one of these sticks to butter these pans. Apparently it is able to be used to butter these up. Now, drinking, one of those things I found in life that was a lot less impressive after it wasn't something I shouldn't be doing. Need a bit more sugar than that. That's not going to be enough for this one. How many small bags of sugar does he have? Very much so, Trigger. Very much so. Some people just do not handle liquor well. Alcohol, liquor, beer. Whether they can't stop or there's people that just go off the deep end when they start drinking too. And things you would never think they would do otherwise somehow are fair game. What bar is that? Actually, probably gonna need that again. Okay, we got those greased and sugared. Now to bring our whisk back into play here, we're going to whip up some egg whites. Looks like there's a little water there in that bowl. Dry that out. Eggs. I wish that was a little more center of camera. I didn't realize it was so far back. Bottle! Finally! Cream of tartar, in with our egg whites there, that we're going to whip up in that larger bowl. Once we get our battle done. I didn't want to close it. Okay. Had Mama Bear sneaking out her rogue up there at the top. Yeah, that's a whole new problem. Ooh, this is not looking good. This is not looking good. Boo. Try a different side this time. Okay, back to egg time. Ripped my forearm. Ugh. Thank you, Bun Buns. Welcome in. Awesome, Trigger. Yeah, I was actually wanting to go out for my birthday, and I ended up looking at what was available in the county, and there still isn't much all that open here. I mean, there's places that are open, but a lot of the places that I was interested in going weren't. We're still in the most closed down zone for California. So while the CDC and the federal government are, take your mask off, don't have to worry about things unless you're enclosed indoors. Here in Sonoma, we still have a high enough, I think it's like 8% that our hospitals are at. So it's still, it's better than it was before. There's things that are open and things that are available, but it's not the way it is in probably the most of the nation right now. Yeah, that sounds reasonable, too, Trigger. I mean, you're worried about your major points of contamination contract and... And I don't even know what the specifics are on the local codes here, but I went out walking to pick up things from the store today, and did so without a mask other than to go into the store itself. Yeah, I can imagine so. Beating these eggs into submission. Yeah, I can imagine that. I mean, there's still people that have to wear them 8 hours a day, but like people in the restaurant industry for the most part. Okay, I think we've whipped these enough. Pretty solid, they're not moving anywhere. So we'll fold these into that. Seems sort of a small thing to add in there. I wonder if I was supposed to keep the egg whites out of those eggs too. I did read the recipe specifically to check that, and that was not clear. But I was figuring egg whites, they can whip up quite a bit. I don't think we're going to have much problem with this cake aerating itself here. We've got so many leaveners going on here, it's not even funny. We got eggs, we got egg whites whipped, we've got baking powder, baking soda. And then exactly half in each. Sort of hard to exactly do that when you're only doing a couple of these. I guess I could have weighed it and then divided it in half, but that's if I know the weight of the bowl to begin with. That's a good thing. Might have done this one a little bit more than that one, but the truth is, I didn't need to. So, we'll take the better one of the two. I forget if these fit together. I don't think they do. Not really. If I wanted to push it, I probably could, but we'll just put them in like that. And let's do this. Timer, I'm gonna guess 30 minutes on those. Let's see what the recipe says. "27 to 31 minutes. I'm not going to worry about that. Okay, so on to brownies. Let's get our mixing bowls rinsed out here. I'll probably only need one for this, though. I can probably just sift the dry ingredients into the wet for this. Board needs to be sanitized at this point anyways. Hey Blue Moon, welcome in, welcome in. Coffee's done. Well, if you would like to not have it greet you every time it comes in, this goes for anyone in chat. I periodically add those. I add them for anyone that's been hanging out for over, I think I'm currently doing 200 minutes. I would happily just go ahead and take it back off if anyone would prefer it not be announced or anything along that line. But welcome in, welcome in. Glad to have you. We're doing birthday stuff today. We're celebrating my birthday today. I've got 2 cakes that I just put in the oven. We're getting going here, starting in on our brownies. Thank you, thank you. It was just recently, I've got new protein cutting board here. This is my first of 2 toys that I got here. Nice new protein board with a drip rail made out of a slightly better wood than bamboo. And also got myself a proper Detroit style pizza pan / focaccia pan / steel 9x13-ish. Or was that 10x14? Family and friend gifts. I said we needed to sanitize this. Let's go ahead and sanitize this real quick. Didn't do it. The siren come across on that to you? Or that it's only to me here locally? A lot of small roads in Sonoma County. I actually happen to live near one of the busier ones. Luckily we have this that I can use for the brownies, or brownie layer. I think I want to just butter this one too. Butter and sugar this one too. The recipe wants me to use parchment, but that's not fun. Do I have any favorite kind of cake? I'm a big fan of flourless cakes. I had a great one that I learned in college. I rarely make that anymore because that one is, even by my standards, that one is rich. And the last couple of years I've been toying around with mixing different things together. We're doing brownie and yellow cake. I'm gonna need more butter to warmed up for the frosting. Wow, we're going through the butter tonight. Oh, I'm doing two. That's why I'm using more butter than I thought. We're doing 2 cakes. And sugar. Need sugar. Do I have another open bag of sugar? This might be just what I need, though. Let's hope this is a perfect amount. Maybe more than I need. So we got that set aside and finished for us. Now we need sugar for this. Doing a cup of sugar here. But I tend to like a lot of the, quite honestly, a lot of the simpler things at the same time too. When it comes to ice cream, just give me plain old vanilla, or even not even vanilla. Give me the sweet cream that I have in the freezer right now. Where they don't even add vanilla flavor. Bag doesn't want to tear for me. Hey Taz, welcome in. What's good? We're making some brownies. We're baking some cake. How about you? What's good with you? Celebrating another trip around the sun for myself here today. Okay. Read the recipe. Oh, it was supposed to be hot butter, but for the same reason as before, we want to hydrate that sugar as much as possible. Make sure that we got everything well coated and that butter is all broken up. Back to the eggs. That was just one. Tempted to throw those other 2 egg yolks in here just to use them up. Nice blue moon. Okay. Vanilla, what else here? Tablespoons of water, a little vanilla extract, I also want to add my salt to this layer. Making brownies. You'll see here in a couple moments here once we get into doing the everything else in here. Powdered sugar. Hey, X-Spy. How goes your Friday? Adding our powdered sugar here, 2/3 of a cup. Well, at least I caught that. It's supposed to be over here though. Dope. I didn't want that to go down in the batter. Thank you, X-Pie. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. I think we're going to have to do a meal redemption for that. Greatly appreciated, X-Fi. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And flour. Thank you, X5. I just don't know what to say to that. Thank you. Trying to knock this down to about 3/4 of a cup of cake flour or pastry flour. From a full cup. You got anything you'd like to see me cook, X-Pie? Thank you for that follow, Taz. Gonna go ahead and give this strainer a good rinse out here. I didn't intend to get it into the batter, get it all gummed up. Best to do that while it's still, well, in most cases, it's best to do that while it's still wet. You let it dry and it just turns into cement. Where am I located again? Northern California, Sonoma County. Let's clean up our mess here, which is getting to be substantial. Something could happen. You send me it, I'd happily try it out. I feel like this is supposed to have more moisture in it. Let's see here. Butter, eggs, water, extract. Nope, that was it. Other than our mega chunks of chocolate. Mega chunks. What type of craft beer are we talking about here, X5? We talking something flavored, something IPA, pale ale, struggling for terms here, lager, homebrew. Do have plenty of lovely local brews here too in Northern California. I mean, we're home to Sonoma County to Russian River Brewing, which is very well known for its IPAs and other things. Also got Lagunitas here in Sonoma County. We've also got we got a whole bunch of smaller guys that aren't widely distributed. Trying to think of who else. I know we got one more that's pretty well known that's got a spot in Cloverdale, and they just most recently opened up in oh darn it, what is the name of that brewery? They make Red Rocket IPA. Or Red Rocket... what is the name of that brewery? They used to be in Healdsburg. They've been around for ages. But, got into it with their landlord. And thus have moved to both... I think they moved their production to Cloverdale. I think they moved their restaurant portion to Petaluma. I've even been in the Petaluma place and I can't think of the name of it. I'm forgetting a battle right now, aren't I? Oh, some fourth room stuff? My guess. Don't know many other brewer streamers. There's a couple, but yeah, I'd be willing to do that. Okay, those are our brownies. We're going to throw these in the oven now. These are going to go in there for another 30 minutes. Maybe should have covered over the cakes, but they're looking good otherwise. We got about 2 minutes left on that. We're going to set another timer here for 28. Actually, 30. Jeez. Start a 30-minute timer for that one that's in there now. And yeah, I think it's that time. I think it might be that time. Let's do our battle. While I'm thinking about it, see if we can do any better this time. I think we have even less units this round. This might be rough. Yeah, this is looking to be rough. Don't think we're gonna do this one again. Don't. No bueno. What kind of bourbon? Doing Woodford Reserve, which I only had to look up because I have such a horrible memory. But that beeper was our cakes are ready to come out. I'm gonna wrap up these egg yolks. Thank you for that sub, Moss. Welcome in. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's use these. Still need another one. Here's what our first one looks like. Here's our second one. We'll let those hang out here and cool down while we make some frosting. Actually, we might start the beef stew. We'll see. Yeah, let's wait and do a little beef stewing. Switch over to the stove here and pull out our beef, which I'm unsure where it hit. There we go. So start off with a bit of heat here. We're going to start by searing beef. Actually, I should probably cut that beef down a little bit. Make use of my new cutting board here. Looking at the pieces of beef here and thinking, this is a bit big for my stew liking. I mean, I want some pieces, some hunks of meat, but these are a bit big. Like that, yeah. Yeah, most of these are about twice as big as I want them to be. That one's fine. This one's like 4 times as large as I want it to be. Gotta remember to go to the farmer's market tomorrow. Gotta go put my... I went to the farmer's market last Saturday to put my down payment on the quarter steer, and they weren't there. They had to cancel it last minute, so I have to go back this week to go and pay them. I mean, I guess I could pay it by check or drive out to their place. Their place is way out in the boonies of... Well, it's just sort of hard to get to because hills and mountains and all that. I've been there before, but it has been several years. So there, that's a little bit better. We got our pan nicely smoking now. Like, smoking. Actually, we'll take one more second here. Turn down the pan. And salt our meat. Awesome. Need some oil here to go along with what is looking like some relatively lean cooking beef here, or stew beef, which is good because we want some nice flavor too, or some meat too, nice meat to... I don't know what I'm saying. I should just shut up. Anyways, we're searing this all off first. Get some nice color, get a little fond going in the pan. We'll start in on our veggies after that, but I have a feeling our brownies are going to get into the middle of that. Don't want to add much more than that to the pan at the time. Well, don't want to add much more than that to the pan at one time. You do want to make sure we still have a high flame underneath there, which I had turned it down because it was smoking. Oh, come on, release. Still a bit too warm, I guess. Let's give it another couple minutes. Might have to take a plastic knife around that or something. Probably a 30-year-old plastic knife here. I'm using the blunt end. Make sure this is all loosened around the sides at least. Making me sort of wish that I had done a little parchment on the bottom. But this should release. You should release. You should release. There we go. It's relatively clean. For not having any parchment on the bottom. I really should have put some parchment on the bottom of this. Nice tasting cake though. Sort of tempted to do a 3-layer here with what height we got there. Sort of tempted. See what we got for potatoes here. See how dirty these are. These are probably going to need a washing. Yep, these are going to need washing. Real taters. Real taters. Let those drain out. I was going to toss them with oil and salt and stuff while we were waiting, but since we have to wait to clean them, they're going to need to hang out a little bit longer. This looks like a good bowl to hold our beef in. Our seared but not cooked beef. The thing here is we're searing it off, but we're really going to have to cook it for a good hour and a half, 2 hours in order to get it all to break down and be nice and soft. I was thinking this was going to be a quick 2 batches here. This is going to have to be 3 at least. Yeah, it's going to be 3. Now we got some units on this map. May have a chance this time. Yeah, I think we're gonna do yellow, brownie, yellow, and then chocolate buttercream in between. And we'll skip the sides. We'll just do it sort of. I wish I had the nice, like, cellophane, or not cellophane, but a plastic, but thicker plastic than plastic wrap. Like, actually got some bendable but solid plastic that they use for these cakes that you can wrap around the outside and fill it out and push it out to the edges of the plastic, and then just undo it. That's unusual to get a little actual charring action there. A little more there. Nice heat on this bottom part of the pan here. It's usually this area over here, but it seems to be over here tonight. At least with this pan, I guess. Take the plastic knife around this one too. We're getting there with this batch. We're getting there. Last 6 minutes to get units on the battlefield for Stream Raiders. Last 5 minutes. Yeah, I can give you a P.O. box, actually, XPie. I have one, and I keep one, but I don't post it because I check it, like, once a month or so. And so if someone randomly sends me stuff, I'm not going to catch it. It's a little out of my way for me to normally go and pick up stuff there. Getting some beautiful color going on here in the pan. We do our last batch of beef in here. Rinse off our new board, our first use of our new cutting board. So we got taters. Yeah, we need to get this proper rinse out too. So I'm thinking what all I want to put with the potatoes tonight. I think I'm just going to do salt and pepper. Do this somewhat simple little sunflower oil. Lots of salt. And it's time to take our taters out. Or our brownies out. I don't know, is it plural brownies right now? Or does it still have to, or do you have to cut it for it to be brownies? Oh, quiet timer. I know you're there. You're behind me though. Hand towel. Throw one of you right there. Brownies. Brownies. So I am expecting this to settle a little bit. These are supposed to be fudgy, softer side brownies, so they're not going to hold all this air that they've created in baking. We're working on a 3-layer. It was originally going to be a 2-layer. But we're working on making a 3-layer cake using brownie and yellow cake. Also making dinner. We got some steak going on here on the stove. Our last batch of stew meat here that we're searing off before we get into veggies and all the other good stuff. Give those another moment cooking there while we do our battle. We also got Stream Raiders going on here. Oh, we're all spread out now. Looking a little better this time. Little better this time. Third time's a charm. Tahiti Lady getting the kills. Angel with the assists. X-Pie and Tahiti Lady getting the scrolls. Congrats. So we'll pull these. I'm going to cut the heat on the pan. We'll pull this last batch of beef off. And we'll go back to finishing our potatoes, get those in the oven. Actually, we don't need to worry about the potatoes because we got a little while with the potatoes here. Let's work on getting some of our veggie here going in the stove. Put all the produce together here. Pull this all out here. See what all we got here. Work with veggies to throw into this. Got some green onion that we might do at the end here. Not really. This ain't even looking that good anymore. Asparagus, definitely. We're definitely putting some asparagus in our stew. That's going to be later on, so we're going to hold on to that for later. Pepper, we're definitely going to add. You can saute the pepper with everything. Kale. We're going to use the kale with this, but that's going to be at the end with the asparagus. Let's use up some of this celery. Let's use up a little of this squash. Let's dig into a couple of these carrots. Not going to use those. Those are going. Not going to use those or those for this project. So I think that and onions is what we're throwing in there. And that just made my kitchen look, my refrigerator looks so much neater. Just taking that little bit of veg and those bags out. Yay, I'm keeping active. Quiet watch. So, not completely small chunks, but also not full half moons of celery here. You're right, it's not too far off. That's gonna get stuck in my head now. Thank you for that earworm. It's been a minute since I've played. Well, I never really was a console game player. I believe my last console was a Sega Genesis. Or Game Gear, if you count that. I was all PC games. As a kid. And keep threatening to play video games here, but playing video games on consoles is always more of a, to me, a holiday thing. Actually, none of the kids I really hung out with in school were heavy into the consoles either. At least not that I remember. Yeah. But it was, for me, family, my cousins would travel and they would bring their consoles with them to meet up for holiday events, and so I'd play against my cousins and stuff and like holidays and stuff like that, but not really at all on my own. And so like I played a fair number of games because of that, but not very much, you know. Like, I can say that I've played, what was the famous James Bond video game? But, GoldenEye. I've played GoldenEye. Would I be able to point out the specifics of the game to anyone? No. And actually, I saw a video of someone doing a speedrun with that somewhat recently, like in the last couple of months. And I was just absolutely astonished at how plain and basic and simple that, I mean, it was like looking at Doom. And I don't know if that was because the speedrunner had everything dialed down. I don't know. I was sort of hopeful that Pantheon was actually going to be an actual thing, but I don't know if that's actually going to come to fruition now that Brad passed away. Which was the head of that, and also involved with the original EverQuest. And if you look at it, it's essentially like EverQuest 3. A lot of the same classes, a lot of the same basics. Though they keep changing that one, they keep updating it. Might actually happen. So many people put money into it. I mean, it's been crowdfunded for like 10 years now. At least 5. Stop moving, board. Those brownies are staying rather poofy. I expected them to settle a bit more. Maybe the crust is just holding on top. Poofy. Technical term. Speaking of that, where's my timers tonight? Don't have the scramble going at all yet tonight. Got some flowering onion here. Definitely not, at least we're not dealing with last year's old getting moldy ones, but that is not a pleasant part to eat. That side, look, the side that I just pulled out there was looking a little bit more tolerable than this side. This side is... This is looking woody on this side. That's looking like that's actually got some, like, almost like wood grain to it. Focus! And lastly, we need to do a little garlic. That looks about right. What y'all think? About half a clove, about half a head of garlic. It was already cleaned up. Came right out of the paper. Didn't even have to smoosh them. This one might need smushing. It needs a little coercing. Convincing. It wants attention. So we'll give it attention. Oh, let's see if they're still... Well, they're not... I don't know if they're still lurking around. Okay, so now our veggies are cut. Got all of our veggies on the board there. We'll start sauteing again, so we can get that beef simmering here. A bit more oil in the pan with all that loveliness from the beef before. And starting with the garlic and quickly transitioning to the onion. Do you want to wait until this is back up to a smoke, which shouldn't take too long. It's still pretty warm. Sippy sip time. We're to very light smoke. Very light smoke. You'll probably both notice that with the camera where it's you have the light. You can see the light there, and the more it sort of shimmers with that light, the closer we are to it actually smoking here. Okay, now we're starting to smoke. Come immediately over here for the onions and dump those on top. hit that with some salt. Give it a stir up here, make sure and move that garlic up off the bottom. Which it's already got a little bit of color there. I don't know if that's entirely from the beef or if that's quick color from sauteing. But it's got color nonetheless. Yay, scramble's working now. Hi, Windstar. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate that. Cheers. We're working on making some beef stew. And alternatively, we've also... well, why don't we switch to board here so I can actually show. We've got a brownie and dual layer yellow cake that I'm working on here. We're about ready to get some potatoes to go in the oven, but I wanted to get the beef stew going before we got the potatoes going in the oven, because I need that beef to cook a bit and break down a little bit before we call it dinner time. We have the beef that I seared but haven't cooked through, and this is going to have to cook considerable more time to break down since it's all stew meat with all that connective tissue. Good stuff. Welcome in, welcome in. If you're new in here, I don't recognize your name, I apologize, but if you've been in here before, but cook 3 nights a week, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays, up there on the title. And tonight we're celebrating my birthday, but Wednesdays we do ingredient challenges. We've got a vote going right now in Discord with between Arby's curly fries and lavender. We got a tie race here between these two for this week's battle. You can go ahead and click for your favorite by clicking the reaction there. And so whichever one of those wins, I'm going to have to make dinner and dessert with, so both sweet and savory applications. I've done a whole bunch of other ones in the past here. We did Frank's last week and Kewpie the week before. KFC coleslaw, preserved lemons. Many weeks of different ingredient challenges we've had here on stream. Been a lot of fun. Including crickets and candy corn, after 8 dinner mints, all sorts of fun things that we've done dinners with here. And then Fridays and Sundays I sort of do what catches my fancy. Yeah, and dessert. And typically I'll do at least 3 dishes, 3 or 4 different dishes, using it as an ingredient. For dessert last week we had bacon that I had candied with brown sugar, simple syrup, and Frank's Red Hot. And then I made a caramel using Frank's Red Hot and put both of those together, the bacon and the caramel, over ice cream. That came out pretty good, actually. I was really surprised how strong that caramel came out flavor-wise. It really, like, emphasized the pepper, where it nearly disappeared in the margaritas I made. Time to add some other things to the pan here. I'm going to start with red pepper and carrot. The celery's been around a minute, so it's a little bit softer. I'm going to give it another minute before I add that in there, and the zucchini is going to be last. Well, of the stewing veggies there, we've obviously got the kale, and I've got parsley to put in this, and we've got asparagus to put in this. So we're going to put the asparagus in at the end along with the kale. Don't want those dark greens bittering up our stew. My apologies for leaving that on Discord. Didn't mean to leave that there. Time for another battle, though. Let's do our battle. Oh, no problem with this one. We got this. No rogues, though. Rogues usually go after those center bubbly thingies. Victory. 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 Head Mama Bear getting those kills. Snowzana getting those scrolls, or getting that scroll. Congrats, congrats. Ooh, more goodies for me. We'll do this one how I normally do this map. Feel free to ignore this for bombers or any like direct targeted things. But just general, me in the front, everyone in the back, and we'll move our way out wherever everything is. All sorts of flavor getting in there with that. Let's add our celery. And why not? Let's throw the squash in there too. Maybe with you guys being able to see. That'd be better, wouldn't it? We got our yellow and green zucchini in there, or yellow crooknut and zucchini, and our celery, along with red onion, carrot, red pepper, garlic, and carrot. I don't know if I said carrot twice there. Before we start adding the beef or any liquids in here, I'm going to use a little chicken stock from Sunday. I figured that would be... Chicken stock isn't really traditional with this, but it's going to add a lot of flavor too. Not that we don't have a ton of flavor here already, but a little tomato paste in there too. Do a little pinçage action here and coat our veggies with the paste and get a little cooking time on the actual paste itself on the stove. get the taters in the oven. Let's turn the oven up to 400. Pan and parchment. And we had oil and salt here. We need to add some pepper to this party as well. I think I'm going to cheat and just add a little white pepper from the jar. Actually going to add a little bit more oil in there. And just drop those in 400 degree oven. We'll give those 40 minutes. Okay, so we're probably starting to look good here. Yeah, we're starting to get to veggies lose moisture territory here. Instead of still searing, we've got so much in here. Let's add our beefs back in there. We're going to add chicken stock. Let's add a full 24 ounces of chicken stock, and then we'll use water for the rest. I mean, it's a nice batch of stock there, nice and gelled. Come on. Other than it doesn't want to open. So we'll solve that. Awesome. So potatoes are in the oven. Our beef is going to be simmering here shortly. As soon as we get there we go. Allow that to simmer away here. I think it's time to make some frosting. Which means we need another clean bowl here. Certainly hope so. Certainly hope so. It's gonna have to simmer here for a good... It's gonna have to simmer here for a little while. It's gonna have to simmer. Okay. You're kidding me. It wants even more butter than I thought? Yeah, it wants even more butter than I thought. So we'll hold off onto that and let those warm up here for another 30 minutes. We'll clean up the kale and the asparagus for throwing in there later. Use the same bowl that we used for the beef and everything else nasty. Wow, this went, for farmers market produce, this went weak pretty quick. But I'm going to pull the stem leaves away from the stems. Stems we're just going to toss. If I were braising this and cooking this for a long time, like with a ham hock or something, I might leave the stems in. But for this, where we want just sort of the more tender parts to the leaves, we'll do that action. I got some beautiful looking asparagus today too. I mostly picked it up because of how gorgeous it looks. I love thin-stemmed asparagus. This is how to get your asparagus, folks. Yeah. You can occasionally find some thicker asparagus that's still tender, still lovely. That's the way to do it, though, folks. Kale. Said, knowing that I know. I mean, nutritious. Full of fiber. Yes. Not so much. Actually, let's switch knives for this. lovely grassy smell from the kale. I don't know. There's very little that attracts me to kale, but I'll use it since it's around the house. Which is sort of why I buy the CSA box. It gets me things to force me to use that are good for me. These, I'm going to cheat and just do that action there. Take our rubber bands off. A couple of these got a little too long. All right. That happens with that website for some reason. It's dangerous that way. Wish I wasn't having so much of a foam up here at this top of this, but do want to make sure we get this up to a nice boil first. We're close, and then we'll switch over to doing simmer action. Little simmer. Organs, those things are big. Actually, I don't know how big the modern ones are, but the traditional ones are huge. Come on, parsley. That's not parsley. That's a weed. It's very much an experience learning to play an instrument. I've played 3 or 4 over my life, and I don't actively play any of them, but it's more because I got myself burnt out at them, and never really went back. Got involved with other things in life, and My parsley and soup's almost a little bit larger, almost a little bit noticeable. Don't really know why that is, but I do. Okay, we got that up to a nice bubble there. So we'll turn that down now. Do a pinch of salt there. A little MSG since we haven't done that here yet. Some proper black pepper. Nice, Superman. Tell me, you're big into GTA. What's your thoughts on No Pixel? We'll just add this in with the asparagus. It's all going to go in at the same time. We're just going to throw all three of these in there and toss them in. Hopefully that'll simmer down a little bit. We got a little more room in the pan by that point. Well, they're definitely serious about it. I mean, you don't get people like X in there without being serious about it. These probably aren't close to what we want yet. Not really. That's a little too warm. Want them to warm up, but not that fast. See what our brownie looks like. See if we can't unmold this brownie. Moment of truth, opening the... Oh, popped right open. No problem. There we go. That's a solid brownie too. I mean, that's solid brownie there. Nice bottom to it too. Normally wouldn't have that much trust in moving around a brownie, but that's got some thickness to it. That's there's not a lot of flour in that either. Nice, Superman. I unfortunately have no idea where the rankings are and how impressive. I know the games have been around for quite a while now. And I know you're going for 1 billion, I think. billion, like, the mark for people to hit that are serious about GTA or above and beyond, or... Excuse me. Check one more thing while I'm back here. Nice, Huberman. I saw you had a complaint or error or something you posted on Twitter, and I was sort of surprised that they got flying vehicles. At least that looked like a flying vehicle to me, or like a Star Wars land speeder type thing. Interesting. How so? Oh, wow. If only those would be this soft. Which I know they're not. Yeah, they're nowhere near that soft. They are approaching soft. But still not room temp going on here. I've actually never played GTA. At all. Any of the years. Any of the editions. Break this up and see if it becomes a little bit more malleable, broken up, which it should. Increase that surface area. sort of want to set this over on the stove, but I feel like if we set this over here for a couple minutes, we're going to have liquid. I mean, it's, what, 7 years old now? 8 years old? No rage quitting now. Battle to battle. That's good. Seem to be doing okay here to start. Oh, we got this. No big deal. 22 versus 4. 3, 2, 3, 3, 3, 2. Done. Victory. Snowzana with those kills. B Piper with the assists. Thank you, thank you. 25 gold. Decent reward there. Congrats, X-Pie. Thank you, thank you. Nice, Superman. You sort of need that with a game. You can't have a game that absolutely drives you nuts. In fact, it's sort of odd how many games do sort of drive people nuts, and they still play them. I need warm butter. I need to make frosting. Warm for me, butter, please. Warm. Because I've most certainly played games. I mean, I tried playing Apex, like, the first season, the very beginning of it. And the aimbots just destroyed me. I totally lost it. But what really drove me nuts was that playing public pickups, I don't really have any gamer friends to join in for things like that. Joining pickups, you get people dropping out all the time if you didn't go to the right place, if they didn't get to get their character, if yada yada yada. It just drove me nuts. Really? I can't really get into it anymore. I sort of enjoyed watching it right at the beginning there with everyone playing it right then. But, yeah, I just can... Butter is just magical. I mean, so many different things you can do with this stuff that it... I mean, depending on whether it's emulsified, whether it's broken, whether it's burnt. Have the heavy whipping cream out here with me. Put this all together. We're going to need lots of powdered sugar for this. Actually, I might even use... How much is this container of powdered sugar? Yeah, I think I'm just going to use a whole container of powdered sugar on this project. Turn that down a little bit too low. I think there ain't getting any bubbles anymore. It's cooking though. It's a cooking though. We're getting there with our butter too. Actually, we're there with the butter enough that I think we're going to move forward with this. Gonna add a little vanilla extract. Hey, Doomation, welcome in. How goes your Friday? Add a little bourbon. Do our best to mix that into this first. We adding any? Yeah, let's add a little salt to this. Hey, Miss Lisa Face. Mine. Whose else? It's not today, but we're celebrating it today here on stream. We're making all sorts of cake. We're making all sorts of beef stew. So we'll switch to that. Give you a nice close-up. We got 2 yellow cakes sitting here waiting to be frosted along with this brownie up here that you can only partially see there. Yeah, brownie. Brownie. Yep, yellow cake. So we're making our frosting for this whole project. Not uranium yellow cake. Okay, what do we got in this? Oh, we gotta do our... Let's do our cocoa powder first. Thank you for that resub, Miss Lisa Face. I'm gonna use up the last of this cocoa in this project. I have no idea how much cocoa powder I was supposed to use. Oh, 3/4 of a cup, so this is going to be light, actually. But it's the last of the cocoa. Why, are you getting excited over there? Then, whole bag of powdered sugar. I don't know if they got everything. First step here is to try and combine this as much as possible as is. But we're going to add a little bit of heavy cream to this. It's going to be necessary to moisturize all of this. Yep, I'm just going to go ahead and do some of that now. Uberman. Well, if you research, if you just wiki it, or it's our taters. Let's take a look at our taters. That surprised me. That made me jump there. Let's take a look at our taters. Yep, they're taters. I'm gonna give those another 10 minutes though. But if you Google it, you wiki it, you look it up, you want a sort of horror story what can happen in your neighborhood, in your own area where you live. Look up the radioactive Boy Scout. There's a dude who lived in Michigan, past tense, and was creating nuclear experiments in his backyard using the radioactive elements from most of your smoke detectors have American or some other radioactive element that is what's making him work. And this kid apparently stole whatever, tons and tons of them to collect up the material inside of them. And he obviously wasn't very right in the head. He ended up getting into all that trouble, creating a national, where he lived, the shed back behind his house, is a nuclear cleanup site. But he got into trouble for all this stuff, went to jail, did time, came out, and went back to it. Something obviously not quite right with that dude. But he ended up passing away. I don't remember if it was... I think it was because of alcoholism, not because of... trying to get all those lumps out, those powdered sugar lumps. Thank ya. I think that frosting looks pretty amazing too. Yeah, it tastes pretty good too. Nope. Needs more cartridging. What did I do with my plastic knife? Needs more convincing. As always, how about yourself, George? Oops. Sorry. Didn't mean to bump that like that. Yeah, I was pretty heavy into all sorts of stuff. I mean, I've said before I was... Oh. I went from metal to speed... Went from speed metal to electronic to jam bands to blues and Floyd, and now I listen to just about anything as long as instruments are involved, and even still some electronic music. There we go. I'm not going to do the sides. Some tasty frosting. Uh-oh, timer's about to go off. Let's get our taters out. Let's get our taters out of the oven. Those are looking yummy to me. Let those hang out over here. Turn the oven off so it doesn't keep me sweating here. Let's give a close-up view of this delicious cake. Hope that I don't spill it all over the floor trying to show it. We got our brownie middle layer. Three layer. '90s grunge and punk rock. Yeah. I do have to say that even though I didn't really do a ton of that, Nirvana definitely had its impact on me too. That may be not what you're talking about when it comes to that, but who knows? That was more grunge and the Seattle drug scene back in the day. Though I didn't know it when it came out. I was a little too young for that. No candles. No candles. Debating sprinkles. We actually have a couple of different options for sprinkles, too. At least I think we do. We at least got colored sugar as one option. Yeah. Sprinkles. 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 Soundgarden will always be a great band. Sad. Thinking about them. There we go. Little sprinkle action too. Not sure. I don't think so. But I do love me some Spoon Man. There's another game that was huge. A couple of friends of mine back in the day was Rockstar or whatever, where you another console game, but where you had the guitar with 4 different buttons. Now they got ones that are full of guitars, but get a photo of this delicious looking cake with amazing tasting frosting. nice, Superman. I appreciate that mentality. X-Pie doesn't get the haste. Oof, this is looking rough. Ouch. Ouch. Ouchie, ouch. 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 Boo. We've been losing everything tonight. What is up with this? The game all got hard all of a sudden. Yeah, there's a couple of shows that I wish I could have gone to over the years that I didn't really do music concerts. There's a couple that I'd like to go and do, but vast majority of that just falls into the same thing with me. Is I don't like crowds. I don't like tons of people. I don't like dealing with, feeling like I'm part of a herd of cattle. I don't like Costco for that same reason. I feel like you're a piece of beef the minute you enter their store. Ronnie James Dio, I wish I could have seen. There's a number of them I wish I could have seen over the years. I'm such horrible with names, but wish I could have seen Stevie Ray Vaughan. I don't know if that was... He was almost before my time there. Wish I could have seen Pink Floyd. And... what version of Pink Floyd, I don't really know. Radiohead might have been interesting to go and see. Pearl Jam I never really got into Pearl Jam that much. They're too happy, bouncy, poppy for the time for me. Now I did see... Oh, the beef. I just got a whiff of that stew. It's smelling amazing. I did see Fatboy Slim in, like... I mean, it was a large venue, but it was still a club. I mean, it wasn't like thousands of people like most people have seen him. which that was awesome. One of those shows that I absolutely want to go to, and I don't even know if they're still doing it. I really hope that they are, and I hope they continue to do it here in the future, is I would love to go and see 311 on 311. Because they put on, from what I understand, an enormous show on 311, and they play everything that they've recorded. Like, super long concert. I would love to be a part of that, but there are very few other things. I mean, like all of these shows that are like 100 bands. No, thank you. Even the one here in Sonoma, they have or Napa lays claim to it. I think the last couple of years here before COVID, we had a rock concert here with I forget what the name of it is, but like with some really good food at it too. No, thank you. Don't want to deal with the crowds. I would have loved to have seen Ozzy or who's the dude on Alice Cooper. Both of them in their prime would have been amazing to go watch. Alice Cooper apparently still puts on an amazing show where, you know, people in their show do get injured. Like, he uses all sorts of crazy stuff in his show. If you haven't caught on, we're just allowing the beef stew to cook along a little bit here, maybe reduce down a bit here before we add in the kale, asparagus, and parsley and dig in. Turn it into a little bit of a later show than usual, but they still play he still does a radio show regularly. And they cover it here locally. He does a good radio show too. I mean, he's still creating. He just put out a new. What was that? He just did something new with. I don't know if it was a collaboration or something. He was in the news for doing a song for, whether it's a new theme for something or I don't remember what it was. I do think I want to thicken that liquid up a little bit here, so I'm going to thicken that up a little bit here. Well, let's do a slurry. I want a tater too, while we're waiting. I moved the cornstarch probably 6 months ago, and I'm still looking in that cupboard for it. Probably a year ago. Nice, yeah. get a spoon to do this. Don't want my finger to warm the whole thing up. Need more liquid. The beef stew. There's beef in there. There's a whole bunch of veggies in there. It's stew. We got beef stew meat, garlic, onion, carrot, celery, squash, both zucchini and yellow crookneck, red pepper. I don't have beef stock, so I use chicken stock, water, carrot, thyme, love, lots of salt and MSG. Well, just about any curry you're making a paste and you're rehydrating a paste. We didn't really go anywhere near that as far as cooking our veggies down or anything. That's probably enough for our starch. I just wanted to thicken that liquid up some. It's got to heat up a bit more to... maybe we want to do a little more. It's still bubbling pretty quick there. I think we'll do a little bit more here in the starch department. There we go. That's a little bit thicker. Steal another potato while we're waiting. Beef curry, you would start with a typically very well chopped up mesh of veggies that you're going to cook down, you're going to saute down to basically a paste, and then you rehydrate that with your meat and your for curries. This, we seared our beef off, give it lots of nice color on the outside. We're using stew meat, which is typically tougher meat that needs to cook a bit longer as far as beef. So we seared off our meat. We took that out of the pan, left all that lovely flavor in the bottom of the pan, added in all of our veggies in small amounts at a time and cooked them as we went, getting nice color on them. And then added in the beef back in over the veggies, added in 24 ounces of chicken stock, somewhere close to 24 more ounces of water, a little bit less than that. And then I've been letting it simmer here. I'm going to throw the potatoes back down in the oven though so they stay warm. And while we've been doing that, we've been making this lovely thing over here, which is a yellow cake, a brownie, and yellow cake with chocolate buttercream and sprinkles. And to finish off our stew, we already have these prepped over here. We have a bunch of kale that I chopped up, just the leaves without the stems. We're going to toss that in there. We've also got some rather thin-stemmed asparagus and a bunch of parsley. So those are going to be mixed in here last thing once we're done cooking this. Once we've gotten enough time on that beef to break it down a bit. Welcome in, B-Mob. I cook here regularly. This is just Friday for me. We're celebrating my birthday, but otherwise, yes, I'm from America. I live in Northern California in Sonoma County. If you don't have kale, you probably have cabbage. Kale is just sort of fancy cabbage. It's not really cabbage. It's not tightly packed balls, but family-wise, plant-wise, they're very similar. Very close in relationship. So if you just think of this as sort of like the leafy, darker green parts to cabbage, it's got a lot of those same flavors. It's got a lot of that same roughage. It's been sort of a trendy thing here in the States, but that died down like 5 years or so. But it used to have all sorts of nutrition fanatics, you know, like baking kale in the oven and making chips out of them, and yeah, it is interesting how food changes. You said you were in the East. Yeah. The East is one of the areas that I haven't traveled to, but I mean, after traveling to China and seeing the differences in their veggies between American veggies, what, you know, they call spinach is entirely different from what we do, even though it may genetically be the same plant. They just grow them completely differently. Thank you for that follow. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Got 13 minutes to get units on the player field for Stream Raiders. Got a whole bunch of people with one unit down. Not too many multiple units there. We need more units on that field. That's not good, Uber. What kept you up so late? Playing GTA or some more legitimate reason? I say that being someone that, back when I did play games and played EverQuest, yeah, the time of day basically didn't matter. Yep. Actually, I used to be that way about coding, too. Like, I used to be really heavy into website design. And I say coding in, like, back when you actually had to code to make websites. It wasn't all drag and drop. And I just spent forever coding things. Like, all night, all hours of the day and night. the Angel. I am not sure of this angel you speak of. We're into all those good bluesy tracks here now in the music list. Nice, Superman. Hey, Cosmic Jammies. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, we're celebrating my birthday today. Made myself a tri-layer cake with sprinkles on top. There's a yellow cake on bottom, there's a brownie layer in the center, and a yellow cake on top. And we got... We're just sort of hanging out here right now. We're waiting on this beef stew to cook for us a bit longer. We got a beef stew in here with... garlic, onion, carrot, celery, red pepper, zucchini, yellow crooknut squash. What else do we got in here? Chicken stock and water. And that's been just bubbling away. We also got some kale and some asparagus and parsley to finish up our stew with. But we're giving it a round of Stream Raiders here before we finish it off. That's good, Uberman. It can be rough sometimes keeping a positive outlook, especially when you're not around a ton of people to lift you up. Thank you, Cosmic Jammies. Oh, we also got some potatoes that I roasted that are hanging out in the oven, too. What's new in your world right now, Cosmic Jammies? What have you been jamming out to? We've been talking about music here a little bit tonight. Or you just hang out in Kev's room? What type of music you listen to otherwise? '90s, '80s music? Okay. We were talking there. We have some fans of 90s punk. Talking about different concerts. I had listed a couple of different concerts that I wish I had gotten to go and see, but never really did. Yeah, I don't nearly... Well, I liked it when I was a kid. And then I got to the point in my life where I realized the appreciation of, instruments. Typically, if you can hold a note, typically if you can play a note for a longer period of time, it's a greater indication of skill and ability. And that sort of killed a lot of my love of speed metal, which... Yeah. I still have a lot of appreciation for it, but I just can't go back to it anymore. I appreciate it because they are still pulling out new things, and they are doing new things at high speed. And it's sort of like Metallica cut its hair, and I was like, okay, I'm done with metal. Not that Metallica was the most metal of bands. Nice, Superman. That's a great thing to hear, that you're doing better. Don't like hearing that you've had to go through a rough time, but I guess none of us really has it easy all the time. 4 minutes left to get your last units on the battlefield for Stream Raiders. This will likely be our last map of the evening. Gonna wrap up our stew here after that. Absolutely stronger together. Oh, who to raid later? Who to raid? Looking at who is all online today. We're not going anywhere yet, but taking a look to see who is out there for a bit later on. What am I tweeting, Uberman? I'm glad to have you here. You're not supposed to be grateful for being here. I'm supposed to be grateful for having you here. You want me to tweet about your last message there? Okay, I don't know if I really did that, but I tweeted. I tweeted it. Battle to battle. Don't know if we got this or not. Looking at that top corner there, it looks like we got one versus all of them. Oh, okay. Now we got this. Now we got this. Those are crazy looking feet on those things. Victory. Victory. Oh, it looks like I got all the kills. Dr. MC Jones getting the assists. Gizmo Nismo with the 50 gold. Nice pickup there. Let's take a look at what we can do here with the army. Rogue, tank, rogue, and to quests. Yay, another 100 gold. Gonna break 10k here soon. Alright. So that does end Stream Raiders for the evening. But that's not it for the stream tonight. You still gotta cut our cake. But before that, let's finish mixing up our stew here. I'm gonna add the kale, asparagus, and parsley in. There we go. That's looking delicious to me. Spoon without holes here. Actually, let's do a little ladle action. Cut the heat on that. Pull this over here. Grab our potatoes out of the oven here. Throw a couple potatoes in there. So we have our beef stew. Let's cut ourselves a piece of cake. Lost my tip. Oh yeah. Let's give that a closer view on the main view here for y'all. Nice and moist yellow cake. That gooey brownie in the center. Yummy, yum, yum, yum. All that lovely buttercream. And sprinkles. Because who doesn't love sprinkles? Alright. So now who are we going to give a raid to? Do want to obviously thank everyone for joining me tonight. Oh, why don't we do pottery yet again? Nice, Uberman. We'll go ahead and give a raid to Rhino Lion, my typical Friday target here. He is working on cups as usual. He's doing a little pottery working on the wheel. Want to thank everyone for joining me tonight. Thank you. Appreciate the tip tonight. The follows, the resubs, everything was great. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We'll be back here Sunday. Gonna be doing state fair food, pickle dogs here on Sunday. Minnesota State Fair favorite is probably not what you think. You might want to look that one up. It's an interesting meal. Could be a quicker meal. Could be a quicker dinner here on Sunday. But we've also got all sorts of other fun stuff coming up, and I hope you join me for that. Wednesday we got either curly fries or lavender. Both of those should be interesting ingredients. And then more fun here on next Sunday and Friday. Thank you all for joining me. I hope you all have a lovely evening. Bye-bye now.